Hey folks, Ryunokage33 here. Instead of, storing up like we normally do, I'm doing some grinding in Mount Battle. So, because I feel like everyone should be at least level 40 before we head there. Head to City Dark Isle. Maybe, yeah, I think 40 would be comfortable. So, it's going to be met with some silence unless somebody comes in here and warns me to do some chatting. And yes, as the title says, tomorrow is my birthday. Yippee. And I have to go to work. Ain't life grand. So anyway, here's some silence. Hello, and for those of you tuning in, I'm going to be mostly quiet during this because I don't have a lot to say because level grinding gets kind of boring. And the only reason why I'm doing it is because I feel like for the final stretch of the game, I should be at least close to level 40 or level 40 straight across. So that's why we're back here in Mount Battle. Also, I did mention that we would get into the post-game of Gale of Darkness, but that won't be for a bit. I still have some work I gotta do off screen, and then in the meantime, if we do finish this game, we will be moving on to the next game. I still haven't fully decided what it will be, but if it ends up taking me a few hours to finish Gale of Darkness, I might just call it a night there, but we'll play it by ear. So anyway, back to Silence. So this guy is a male area leader named Boyden, and his entire area, he has a harem of women. I see. Huh. Okay, after that grind session, now we're actually going to move on with the story. I know my Houndoom is 2 levels short from the target level, but close enough at this point. And I did not mean to go to Kaminko's, but oh well. Actually, while I'm thinking about it, yep, we have 4 sets completely ready to go. And this is where the snowball starts rolling. Might be good to start trying to purify some of the higher level ones. Because they'll take longer. Do I have any normal types? Or fighting types to be purified? No. Alright, let's throw this Paris in there. Guess it really doesn't matter. Okay, do I have a thing going yet? Well, I would if the shoulder was evolved. But as it stands, I really don't have one right now. Let's see. Darn. I need a grass type. Is there one in a box that I could possibly move around? Yes. Yes, there is. Maybe? No. See, Corvana is also a dark type. So, how does that relationship work? Not very. Dang. Yeah, I'm one Pokemon off from having another set. Well, nothing we can do but wait. That thing's actually cool. Kamiko's one invention that is actually useful. Also, there's some parallels here. Guys in white armor standing around an old man and his two apprentices who is hiding in a giant ball. Star Wars reference. Hey you, that thing you're riding on, it's kind of cool. I have this feeling I met you in a port somewhere, but I don't give a hoot about that. I do have a problem when someone shows up here without passage on our boat. This makes me think that this guy is actually just a cipher peon in disguise. Well, not wearing the standard uniform because of the battle theme. Yeah, I know I'm over-leveled, but this is, I'm thinking ahead is what's going on. Because I'm probably going to have to stop and grind again anyway. See, I'm not as worried about the Crawdon because it doesn't really have a lot of good moves this early on in the series, with it being a physical attacker. Golduck is this next one. And it is a shadow Pokemon. Golduck is mediocre. I'll say that much. I've seen better water types, but I've also seen worse. But this is yet another Pokemon to have come packing Surf. Sableye, not on point with the rest of his Pokemon, is also a Shadow Pokemon. Oh, Sableye, your base, what is it, like 383 stat total? Yeah, that makes it a little hard to recommend. It gets better as time goes on, but right now it's still bad. But it has a very good type combination because it effectively has no weakness, being Ghost Dark. My Jolteon is a glass cannon, and that barely did anything to it. That should just tell you how bad Jolteon truly is. I mean, not Jolteon, Sableye. Dope. Way to go. You know what, let's use these up. Neat. Now I'm afraid of wrecking this thing because, like I said, its base stat total is pretty abysmal. You know, at this point in the game, a lot of the Shadow Pokemon should be beyond Shadow Blitz. Shadow Blitz is just basically tackle in terms of power. Shadow Rush, I believe, is base 60 power in this game. It might be higher. The kid's tough. Darn it, I've got to report this. So he walks very briskly, and it skips the cutscene for him to continue to walk very briskly. So as it stands, the elevator up is actually broken. It won't work. They actually lock it down, so you have to trek all the way up the long way. Fortunately, it's nice enough to give you a healing machine here. And before we get too deep into this, I'm going to take a quick break. I will be right back. Okay. So we have a little bit of a maze in here. And depending on which way you go, the tip is the required path. The trainers have shadow Pokemon. The off the beaten path where you're not supposed to go, they don't. And this trainer had none, so the only thing down this way is probably some items or things like that. So I don't know if you realize this, but Spinda is a strange Pokemon. Every playthrough of every game, its patterns are different. No, seriously. Even back in the day when it was just still images. Crazy, right? You don't seem to be laughing. Dead end. Yippee! He usually never leaves the Luxo Cruiser. Where's he off to in such a hurry? Oh, I know. You chased him off. I'm just joking. Want to race me? Okay. In this setting, this music does not work for the no names. And Dodrio is a shadow Pokemon. Dodrio is interesting. I'll say that much. It's fast, it hits hard, not very defensive. It's the very definition of a Gen 1 bird Pokemon. But hey, you could do worse. I just wish that in the game that it debuted in, you got it a bit earlier. Oh well. And crit one shot. Oh well. As we know, Mirror B will show up later. Eradicate is also a shadow Pokemon. What is it with the early round Pokemon and being shadow? It's just, at this point in the game, why would you even bother with this thing? I guess Super Fang is a decent enough option, but with its low stats otherwise, yeah, you don't really need this. I will say, though, Eradicate early game is a beast. I think once you get about 3 or 4 badges in, it will really fall behind. But it's not bad for those parts of the game. Has a decent move set, has a decent move pool. Learns Hyper Fang very early. And is decently fast. But otherwise, yeah. I'm afraid to try anything else because it's, like I said, Eradicate's not too strong. Oh, I've been crushed. You're pretty decent. So who are you, huh? I guess it doesn't matter. Also, if Mirror B shows up in Realgrim Tower, we can actually do that now. That was another reason why I grinded to level 40. Okay, so according to my notes, Celio, I believe, evolves to level 42, if I'm not mistaken. Could be wrong though. Been wrong about a lot of things. Max elixir? Nah. Also, I believe these trainers, no, they're mandatory. I should be swapping down Master Grievel's Luxo Cruiser, but I'm completely lost. What is wrong with me? I've got to buck up and focus. Hey kid, what say we battle? You're a big-hearted kid. I'll show my respect and go all out. Like I said, the music for these trainers does not work in this place. I think in post I might actually slip in some appropriate music. I don't know, but I think I saw that guy pop out of a vent on the other side. Yeah, attack my own Pokemon. Great idea. Okay. So after you battle all those guys, I recommend you go back and heal. Because... Oh, you are so that little boy who ran off with Professor Crane. Because of what you did, Master Grievous was oh so angry. It made everyone miserable, and it's so all your fault. But it's okay now. We didn't need Professor Crane anyway. I just so needed to be serious just a little tiny bit to get XD001's final adjustments just right. It is so perfect now. Purification will so not work on it ever. I'm so amazed because I am so a genius. Oh, you wanted to see my XD001? Oh, so sorry. That is so not possible. Why? Because... I am so going to defeat you, little boy. Here I come. Well, if you say so. So Cypher Admin Lavrina, the rematch. Yeah, she's a step up from the guys you just plowed through a moment ago. So don't take her lightly. Bit unusual. Seeing the circumstance that I am in. I see that somebody has some reeds. Nice crit. I'll take it. And I'm immune to poison point. Farfetch is her next. And it is a shadow Pokemon. What is that, like, if you don't count Dodrio, 3 bad shadow Pokemon in a row? Yeah, don't bother with Farfetch. It's so bad. It comes holding the stick, though, if that tickles your fancy. Altaria is a shadow Pokemon as well. Now, the crap I was giving Farfetch does not apply here. This is actually a pretty good Pokemon. Dragon Flying, high defenses, decent speed, decent attack. What more can you ask for? Natural Cure is a possible ability. All around pretty good. Now I should probably elaborate. The stick item what it does is, I believe it doubles the critical hit ratio that Farfetch can do, and that's about where the good points stand with it. Ah, Shadow Panic. Here's a new move. So this just confuses everybody. On your side, that is. It's annoying, to say the least. Good to know my Crobat's faster than my Jolteon. That's kind of crazy. Shadow Break. Okay, now this... that is stronger than Shadow Rush. I believe Shadow Rush is a base 65 power, whereas Shadow Break I think is 75 or 80. I can't remember. But still, that's kind of scary. Alright. Might as well try on the Farfetch'd. Let's thunder wave the Altaria. Farfetch didn't become halfway decent until Gen 8. They buffed its stats here and there, but they never did anything else with it. And then what they did in Gen 8 was they gave it both a regional variant and an evolution. But only the regional variant can evolve. But still, at least they did something for it. Ow. Ow. Yeah, like I said, I do recommend Altaria if you need any more extra suggestions. Seriously? Thank you. Ah! Well, again, Mirror B. We'll have it. Man, I have been having some bad luck with crits in this version. Oh, boo! Now look what you've done. Oh, you're terrible. I mean, really. Master Greevil will be oh so cross with me again. Ooh, how I so dislike you. I'll be glad, little boy, when Master Greevil and XD001 make you pay. Feelings mutual, sweetheart. You know, considering the head of the scientists in the last game was Ein, And then she's the head of the scientists in this game. Yeah, that's a bit of a glaring difference, don't you think? Oh well, we'll wait for the inevitable mirror radar and then head back. This is a proper research facility, sweetie. A little guy like you shouldn't be in here. She's one letter away from being Bastila. One thing that always astounds me, too, is the gaps in between, like the level gaps, because this peon, after fighting Lavrina, yeah. It doesn't even compare. I'm sorry for losing so easily. Yeah, that was kind of cake. Okay, it's either 43 or 44. I don't remember exactly with Celio. But Primate hasn't had much action. Let's let it have some action. Just gotta keep the amulet coin up because money. I feel like he should be rotated the other way. Him sleeping under the dome, because it's like, well, that's one thing to hit your head on a plastic dome. It's another thing to hit your head on a metal bar. Huh. So they generate the whirlpools here. That's fascinating, actually. I got a refund on some of my Ultra Balls. You know, you're not really doing anything malicious. That's what's interesting about this. The job of the research people is to conduct research, but that's not our job. To terrify people into the pits of despair through battling, that is our purpose. With that clear vision, we are not about to lose. Huh. Almost a normal name. Well, looks like I made a good call with Primeape. Of course, the Ninjask would be faster because that Pokemon is pure speed. Also, have you ever used one? It's not bad. Boom. No Intimidate, huh? Looks like it made a really good call with Primeape then. Too bad Primeape doesn't have its second ability in this game yet. Which is Anger Point, which it gets +6 attack if it's hit with a critical hit. I think that's how that works. Or its health just gets low enough. It's one or the other, I don't remember. I think it's when its health gets low. I lost after talking big. How humiliating. Yeah, I'd say so. Hey, can never have too many of those. Alright. We're right in the middle of putting the finishing touches on our Shadow Pokemon plan. We don't need your meddling. And we've gotten away with it too, if it weren't for you meddling kids. Electrode and Mischievous. So, hit the Mischievous with a fan attack and hit the Electrode extremely hard. Nice. Kangaskhan is a Shadow Pokemon. Now, I know why this is here. It's to make up for the fact that this thing is such a pain to get in the Safari Zone. If you have Fire Red and Leaf Green, sure you can obtain it, but it's not guaranteed, and it's very difficult to get. Also, I love the little, I love the baby cheering. Now, Kangaskhan's actually pretty good. Decent stats, decent bulk. Not very fast, though. But, hey, you can't win them all, can ya? At least by using Seismic Toss, then crits can't really happen. Bayonet is also a Shadow Pokemon. Bayonet, it's a very mediocre Ghost type. It got to make evolution later on, and it needed it. That's just how, it is. And Primeape can't do a darn thing, so let's get the, let's start getting the conditions on. La-di-da, so no fleeing. I can see the utility of Shadow Mist in tandem with a move like Sing. Do I go for the flamethrower? Yeah. The worst that will happen is this Houndoom's been very angry lately. Okay, good. Good. Not good. Potentially. The Kangaskhan might be the first thing I have to use a timer ball on, because this thing does not have an easy catch rate. There we go. That's why I said potentially not great. My Gardevoir can hit the broadside of a barn. That would be nice. Also, that Kangaskhan's at -6 attack now, so it's not going to do much to us. Now, Kangaskhan 3 generations later, that Pokemon became terrifying due to the Mega Evolution. It gains a unique ability called Parental Bond. What that does is any move will be used twice. The second hit is done by the baby and it's just little chip damage. However, any secondary effects, such as using Power-Up Punch, happen twice. Yeah. Okay, cool. Whoa, you're seriously too much. And I didn't miss either one of his there. Alright, moving right along. Done with Sifet. Hello, this is my first email. No, it's not. I am sorry that I sent an empty message by mistake. I also apologize for the misspellings. I am embarrassed by these mistakes and what... So, like in the last game, he doesn't know how to use technology. Also, your character is a beast. Considering it's one thing to move the giant crates of Pokemon food, it's another thing to be able to move an entire steel block to block lava flow. That means it isn't steel, is it? What would be resistant to lava? That's a good question. Or in this case, immune. And it still probably would at least put up a fight against it. Iron would not work. Because you melt that down to make steel. But anyway. Alright. Okay, 1, 5, 6, 7. Well, we almost have them all. There are some exclusive to the post game, unfortunately. I knew that was going to happen eventually. It had a pretty low heart gauge to begin with. Also, yeah, whenever this goes up to YouTube, I'll be cutting out the grind sessions and then any of the backtracking. Any of the backtracking I have to do to heal or do something like that. So, by cutting off the lava flow, it makes it so you can actually get to these items. 2 revives. Not bad. Not bad at all. Also, that's not how physics work. I guess the flow coming from this direction makes sense, and then the flow going towards the right makes sense, but it's like, it really doesn't otherwise. Okay. Those are useful when, those are going to be helpful in the post-game. Yeah, just when you think there was a straight shot. Also, this dude has been here this whole time in this magma. And he was hanging out on the ceiling. You're hanging tough in this magma hot heat. I thought I was going to melt waiting. And of course he uses fire types, because what else would make sense in this location? Dark type. Now that makes no sense. There. A grass type in this place? Why? Thick fat. Magmar is a shadow Pokemon. Magmar's not bad, but this late in the game and with no evolution, I can't fully recommend it for this part of the game. I've seen better, I've seen worse. We're going back to that scenario. Touché. Ah, that's my first failure with the ball, with the first ball. It's bound to happen eventually. Oh, second ball worked. Pinsir, which, why is this in this place as well, is also a shadow Pokemon. I really wish that Pinsir was a bug fighting type. Doesn't it scream it? Plus it learns mostly bug type moves. Yeah, sure it does. It only learns, like bug and fighting type moves mostly at this point in the series, but it's not great. Because its moveset, its move pool leading up to that point is not that good. Bug type is still kind of bad at this point in the series. but it gains points for coolness. Also, its attack stat is pretty respectable, I gotta admit. Case in point. Get out of here, Ninetales. Ow. Yeesh. Using that high attack stat to your advantage there, I see. Did not mean to do that. Hooray. Wah! I was counting on a hot battle. In more ways than one, buddy. They just disappears. Okay. Man, this has to be pleasant. This magma fall here. At least they're nice enough to stick a healing machine here. You look cute, but you're also brave and bold to come to a place like this. It would be a shame to beat someone like you, but this is a good chance to score some points with Master Greevil. Kimley. Honestly, that's a surprisingly normal name. Oof. Double Intimidate. Oof. Guess I'm going to have to use Cross Chop here. Part of the reason why this needs to be remastered is because Pokemon like Sharpedo would actually be useful. As it stands, it's not that good. The physical special split it's one of those Pokemon that the physical special split helped out a lot. Master Greeble better not have seen this. Well, considering all of you just kind of vanish after being beaten, I wonder what that really implies. Dear Michael, I hope you are well. I wrote you a haiku poem. If Team Snag'em goons cause trouble in the desert, go and sandbag them. Oh, not bad. Yeah, well, it hits 575. Neat. Okay, so another maze and choices. You're supposed to go to the left. We're not going to do that. A, we need the extra experience, and you're not going to battle me, huh? Especially here, the music makes no sense. Yeah, Crobat's starting to fall behind. Also realized I pretty much went through this game without nicknaming my Pokemon. I had a little bit of a block this time around. Dang. I knew the Crobat is fast, but wow. Too late for that. So I gotta admit, it is kind of tempting to give to teach Crobat Sky Attack, but I don't know. I'd like to teach it Fly, but you know, that's not really happening. Wobbuffet. So you're using Weezing and Wobbuffet, huh? What, are you secretly a member of Team Rocket? I'm going to force the Wobbuffet to switch out. We'll deal with it later. Rub salt in the wound now. Skarmory. Not a bad lineup, I gotta admit. Okay, here's what we're going to do. I'm going to set up. Alright. Now to go in. Now to go in. Oh, it didn't matter. I didn't have to do that. Okay. Going to give the amulet coin to Gardevoir because its growth rate is lower, well, is slower than the rest of the group, I'm noticing. Well, that looks like trouble. Over there. I hate to admit it, when I was building this team, I wasn't expecting Crobat to just use wing attack every turn. I forgot how just abhorrent its moveset was. Of course, it's been pretty handy. Nothing beats it when it comes to speed. You shall not pass! I'm not falling for this again. I underestimated Grumpig before. I'm not doing it again. What? Delibird is such a weird moveset. Well, move pool, rather. Here. Ice beam delivery. I didn't order any ice beams. Fun fact about Delibird, it has a very high experience yield. Like, it's not Chansey, Blissey, Audino high, but it's decently high. Good thing that's typeless in this game. No reason. Again, going off the beaten path means you're not really going to find that many shadow Pokemon. I know it'll have Water Absorb, but Ice Beam's the best shot I have at it. Let's get a crit. This is the worst. I'm just not good enough. An elixir? Yeah. I never use those in-game in the main story, and I never use them in post-game areas because you're not allowed to. So, most of the time whenever I get ethers, max elixirs, those sort of things, I just sell them. The only time that they're inherently useful are in the Mystery Dungeon series, in my opinion. Took all those guys out in one go. Okay, so required path means we're probably going to see some shadow Pokemon now. Wahaha! You thought there was no one in this way, didn't you? You're not getting off that hook that easily. He's definitely not the coolest person here. Okay, that was bad. No. Future Sight is terrible in this game. You saw what it did. It was a typeless hit that does only so much damage. And it is not much. Later on in the series, I believe it becomes a base 100 power psychic type moves, but it takes a few turns to hit, which, you know, that makes sense, doesn't it? I'd much rather just have the reliable psychic damage. Rapidash is a shadow Pokemon. Rapidash is okay. It's fast, pretty good attack stat, but this was before the physical special split, so Rapidash really suffers in that regard. Magcargo, how fitting, is also a shadow Pokemon. This thing is terrible. It is a fire rock type, two quad weaknesses. I don't get it either. They just made a Pokemon just so inherently bad. And it's slow. The only thing it has going for it is it has a halfway decent attack stat, defense stat, and special attack stat. But that's it. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention this. Shadow Down is also a new move. What it does is it Screech on both opponents. Accuracy is around the same, but the -2 defenses on both Pokemon, that can be very useful in very niche situations. Too bad Shadow Rave is a special attack. My word. Yeah, see, it resisted that, and that did far more damage than I would imagine it would. Yeah, Macargo's not good. I don't... Yeah. It's just bad. Oh, well. Okay, send you route, just so you can help Wall a bit, and then you start giving status conditions since Gardevoir can't hit the broadside Martin today. Yeah, that's right on. Rapidash is actually bad. Alright, and those are snagged. I just can't battle in this wicked heat. Understandable. If you can't stay... I messed up the saying. If you can't stand the heat, stay out of the kitchen. I'm throwing everything at you with no restraint. I can't take this brutal heat anymore. The fact that you guys are just kind of hanging around there also is nothing short of impressive. So it seems I can bump up the sensitivity on this microphone. Interesting. Yo, your last fellow crony there had 2 shadow Pokemon and you don't have a single one? What's up with that? I feel like you two should have switched spots. Like, I battle you first, then I battle him. Because that, at least that would make more sense. Because it would also fake out people who don't know about this game. Because the hint is, if you're on the beaten path, you'll encounter trainers with shadow Pokemon, and if you're not, you don't. So if they threw her first at you, it would be very interesting, because then it might make you second guess the puzzle. See where I'm going with that? Yeah. This part of the dungeon's rather straightforward, at least. Because then you see the item box, and again, it would fake you out. My name is Carbon. And my name is Petro. Together we bring the Power Double Explosion Attack! I need to make one of them, like, I'm so buff! You know, one of those things. I don't know, I feel like that trope is overused. Zatu. Hitmonchan is a shadow Pokemon. I will come out and say this. Hitmonchan, at this point in the series, is bad. Because its niche is to use the elemental punches, which are all special based. Okay, cool. I'm probably going to actually end my stream at 11. So, if you actually want to jump into that mess. Okay, so yes, Hitmonchan at this point in the series is actually bad, which is a shame. And I do recommend letting it learn Mach Punch and Sky Uppercut if you're wanting to use it. But otherwise, hard pass on the elemental punches due to its low special attack and them being special based back in the day. It is not recommended. Now, next generation, feel free. Hitmonchan's actually kind of busted. Once physical special split happened, the elemental punches became physical moves. Plus, Hitmonchan gains access to Iron Fist, making it very potent. What? Get this, you'll learn that I have incredible power, even by myself. I'm surprised that those two don't multi-battle you, because that was a thing at this point. It's like, here we come to your aid. No, it's unfair. Make it a 2-on-1. Ha! Nice. Skarmory is a cool Pokemon. I've always liked it. Alright, we are switching out here. so that I can melt it. Okay, switch to Crobat. Then, Flamethrower and the Matang. Which means, yeah, we're probably just going to make it up to the top. Probably battle another one of the admins, and then we're going to call it a night. The, end of the game is upon us, and I feel like I'm still not adequately leveled. Yes, really. Hitmonlee, of course, is a Shadow Pokemon. Can't have one without the other, right? So this was the last generation where Hitmonlee was inherently better than Hitmonchan. Going forward, it's debatable which one's better. I really wish that these guys were a trio, though, and one guy had Hitmontop, or Tyrogue. That would be cool, because then you could choose which one you want. Well, remember, in this area... Gen 1, I will come out and say this, Gen 1's designs are not really that good. Well, have you ever seen the joke of Hitmonchan's Gen 1 sprite? How it looks like a... Yeah. I'll have to send you a picture of it. It's actually hysterical. Okay, so if you're wondering why I'm not paralyzing the Hitmonlee, I can't. It has Limber, meaning that it's immune to being paralyzed. Oh well, didn't need it. I do not believe there's a healing machine ahead, and there are a few more battles in our wake. Okay, you know what? Apparently it's 44 according to my notes, so we're just going to do it. We need this thing fully evolved at this point. By the way, this is the only game where it's actually feasible to use this Pokemon, because the generation that it debuted in, you can't get until around roughly the 7th batch. Yeah. making it not that viable at that point in the game. In this game, you get it early enough that it's actually worth investing into. Alright, no, I don't need that. Well, we're starting to get something out of it. One thing, if they ever do remake this game, I hope that they nerf the radars. Like, so you could just keep things lying around, or, you know, have a fast travel system. So it's like, hey, a radar's going off. Would you like to go to a location? Yes. And then you immediately warp there. It's not unheard of. So, yeah, I wait for this platform here. But I gotta stand here for a bit. Because there's another platform that rises up. And it leads to something. Going down. All that for 2 max potions. Whoop-de-doo. I will admit, though, when it came to Gen 5, yes, a lot of the designs for the Gen 5 Pokemon were pretty uninspired. But I can safely say at this point, they've pretty much exhausted all of their ideas. But what gets me is, we're in Scarlet and Violet now. We're in Gen 9, and it took them this long to give us a Dolphin. But there's actually a reason for it. Gorgeously, I make my entrance. With flowing elegance, I battle. Well, that's a unique way to spell that name. Okay, so the squad's finally fully evolved. Okay, use the fighting type move on the psychic type. Smart. Smart. Here, I'll send it to you, and you'll never be able to unsee it. We'll be in an orderly tactical retreat. Farewell. Don't you mean will do? Weird. Hey, I got a refund on that one rare candy. Did I startle you? I did spook you, didn't I? I should do that to you in a battle, too. Gromlin, huh? Where's Wallace? Surviving on 1 HP. Story of my life. But yeah, see, the NPCs are starting to catch up to us level-wise. So yeah, I'm still not completely ready. It's like the least you could do is freeze it by letting it survive with 1 HP. This guy likes ghost-type Pokemon, apparently. Nothing wrong with that. It's one of my favorite types. Okay, the Crobat, I admit, is kind of random. But then again, you're out of Ghost-type Sans Gengar. So, fair. Okay, now that is completely random. I got an idea. Let's give this guy a bunch of ghost-type Pokemon as well as a Crobat. It's like, okay, you're on theme, and then let's give it a giant whale.
Why?
was so much stronger than I expected. You put the fear in me. Okay, let's move a couple members around now since Walren's level 45 and therefore my strongest Pokemon. PP Max. Not a bad item. I love how these don't make a noise until you step on them. Huh. Huh. Well, this looks familiar. Hey, Dr. Kaminko, did you work for Cypher at one point? Timer balls. Oh, well, can't argue with those. Okay, so the uppermost and the bottommost. Gotta remember that. By the way, well, never mind. Never mind. I'll explain after the battle. It either has Volt Absorb or Water Absorb. Volt Absorb, good. Good to know. Good to know. Get out of here. Lickitung is a Shadow Pokemon. Now, I am going to warn you, no evolution. Say it with me, no evolution. And mediocre. But again, it is here because it is difficult to get in Fire Red and Leaf Green. I love free heals. Give me more of them. Even still, I will say that Licky Licky is a terrible Pokemon. It's like, sure, you gave Lickitung an evolution because you made it at least halfway decent. It's one thing I'll never understand. Okay, so there's a very interesting puzzle in this floor. So, how this works is these barriers here. If you step on the floor panel once, you'll fall right through it. Which I don't know how the kid doesn't get seriously injured and or die from a fall like that, but here we are. Alright, and then use this one if you... No way, it was the bottom one. Darn it. Don't listen to me. It's the top one in the first section, and then the bottom one in the second section, if you want the item boxes. One wasn't really worth shattering your legs for, but I wonder if the other one is. Because I actually don't remember what these item boxes are. That wasn't that one either. Curse your memory. Oh, it was that one. Okay, never mind. 2 revives. Can I use those on my legs? I'm going to try door number 3 because this appears to be out of sight. Oh, that's just another way to get over here. Okay, good to know. So yeah, I guess you could take the middle platform or the bottom platform to get those 2 revives. And risk breaking everything in your body. Seriously, now? Ah. You have some of the worst timing ever. I'll get yelled at if I don't stop you, huh? Welcome to my world, dear. Where I get yelled at if I try to stop somebody. Seriously? Can I not catch a break today? Ow. Hey man, just because I'm storming your base of operations doesn't mean you have to shoot to whoop me. Scyther is a shadow Pokemon. Scyther is easily one of my favorite bug-type Pokemon ever. Fun fact. It and its evolution, Scizor, have the exact same stat total. It's just distributed differently, whereas Scizor hits harder, but is slower. Chansey is also a shadow Pokemon. Okay, so... Scyther is very good. Chansey is good in a different way. So it is the best special wall in the game. Its evolution, Blissey, has the highest base special defense and some of the highest HP to back it up. But that's where the good sides end. The downsides are its physical defense is paper, and its attack stat is not that good. That was a critical hit, and you saw how little damage that Psychic did. And then, as I mentioned, Scyther is good with good attack and very high speed. And its evolution is interesting because it trades off the speed for more attack. Yeah, see that? Shadow Rave did almost nothing. That's actually how Chansey actually is, in terms of attacking. It is made to just be a special wall. However, you can use some very cheeky strategies with it. A toxic substitute soft-boiled build is very optimal. Scyther's caught. Cool. Actually, considering what I'm going to want to do with the Chansey later, because it's a viable option for some strategies, might as well use it. Ah, come on. Oh, come on. I'll start using some of these timer balls now. Because we're at the point in the game where the battles can get pretty long-winded. Ah! Sheesh. For real now. Oh, so we're here already? Because I'm too lazy to backtrack, I'm just going to use up some of my items. So we meet again. My plan was perfect. The only problems were the utterly useless Lavrina and Goragon and you. You spoiled the brilliant plan I had devised for Phoenix City. And thanks to that terrible, hard-nosed woman, I suffered the humiliation of having my worst moment broadcast all over Ore. To gain Master Greevil's forgiveness, and for me to assume my rightful position as the governor of Ore, I must defeat you. This time, I won't be shy about revealing to you the full extent of my power. So yes, this is a boss rush more or less now. Ah, perfect fodder for my Houndoom. Also, see what I mean by giant mechanical sphere, by the way? There's a big Star Wars reference here. Soul Rock is a shadow Pokemon. Of course, he had Lunatone before, so he has to have Soul Rock. That's just how the script goes. Yeesh. Yeah, I knew that wouldn't do much. Good. And the Quagsire. I gotta admit, that is a cool strategy. Using a typeless move like that. Come on. Well, that backfired. Stormy is also a shadow Pokemon. So this guy has a thing for celestial bodies being his shadow Pokemon. We have the sun, the stars, and the moon. Nice concept. Stormy is actually incredible. High speed, high special attack, very good move pool, interesting typing. I guess I forgot to talk about Soul Rock. So, the counterpart to Lunatone isn't really that great. It's okay. But, yeah, Stormy is actually good. If you feel you need a water type at this point in the game, you could do worse. I know it's very late in the game, and it's probably one of the better water types that you'll come across. In fact, I think it would be debatably the best. I'm not going to risk the burn. Ow! Apparently its physical attack ain't bad either. Then again, I always forget that Shadow Sky does boost shadow moves. Yeah, now it's taking advantage of its high special attack. Doesn't seem like it did as much damage, sure. But that's because Shadow Storm hits both Pokemon, so the damage is actually divided. I guess I could double kick it. Or not. Could just catch it. My plan, it was supposed to be perfect. Ugh, my plan, my perfect plan. Master Green will forgive me. Still love that red animation. By the way, where he comes from, he leaves the way back down. So if you just want to go through want to skip all that mess and just go straight down, here you go. However, you get stopped at one battle before you're allowed to leave. Cleave. It's like an awkward way to say cliff. Ugh. And you're using two very bulky Pokemon. Okay, so because I mentioned this earlier, Blissey is a special wall, but its physical defenses are made out of paper. There was also a Pokemon that should have been fairy type, but I'm happy it wasn't. That was a cool animation, I'm not gonna lie. It was also very funny. Nice. Also, sit down, Blissey. Houndoom don't knock it out, then Primeape will. And then we'll see what I can do with that Mirror Radar if I have enough time. Well, if I haven't wasted enough time, let me put it that way. Not my fault though. Radars going off while you're in the middle of storming the base gets kind of annoying. Yep. Just had to wait it out. Alright. Time to heal up. Well, it depends on where he's at, though. Pyrite Town, huh? Well, that's easy. For the record, I've already gone through all the Coliseum challenges in Pyrite Town, so we're just going to kind of breeze through this. Then we'll end up this stream by snagging a Pokemon we missed via Mirror B, and then go purify some Pokemon. What I call my grooving style. Can you keep up with it? Also, I can never get over how much of a bop this theme is. And there's the Dodrio that we missed. I always love the mechanic that you get a second shot, well, multiple shots at Pokemon you may have messed up on. That groove wasn't very groovy. And now we're stuck doing the challenge, so let's just breeze on through this. I think I'll actually go quiet because of just how these battles are. Okay. Yeah, all you get from that is money now. Which, we're probably loaded at this point. Yeah. And then some. Alright. Going to head back to the lab for purifications. And then I get some more setup. And then this is where we're going to end things off for the evening. Because A, other obligations, and B, yeah, I was up till 4 a.m. the other day, so exhausting is putting it lightly. Alright, let's see what we can do. Know exactly what box you're going in. Okay, I think I might be able to make a new one here. Let's see, fire. Fire. Grass. Ground. Okay. No. Steel would be good against electric and steel. No. Okay, let's do this. Oh. The answer was right in front of me. Okay, do I have another one I can do, perhaps? Because that also falls under normal. Electric, poison, fire. Need another ground type. There are a lot of poison types in the game. Also good against, but jeez, my kingdom for a psychic type. This will work. No. Oh. Well. Let's restructure this a bit. Too many poison types. Okay. Well. Jeez. Close, but not quite. Let's see, who could work here? The Bow Toy would be perfect, but I have not purified it yet. Well, okay. Just out of that alone. Let's move it over here. And then... ground type. Let's do Swine Mob. Okay. And that should be okay. Alright. So I'm going to save things here. Next time, we will be 64 Shadow Pokemon. Huh? So next time, we will be finishing the end game. So, until next time.